technology to save fuel.
Representatives, faculty members from various government degree colleges and from various institutions, and my dear students, I once again welcome you all for this national seminar on clean energy resources and clean environment in India. So this is a very hard thing to conduct the national seminar. So
The National Center on Clean Environment where we said under the vice principal and yes, particular for the special issue to introduce by seminar. Respected dignitaries on the dais, faculty, students, and teaching and learning staff. It is a rare occasion to gather like the experts from Central University at IIT Hyderabad and from the senior scientists, senior principal scientists and professor from IICT. I wish all the participants to check the program is. The background of this program is making the awareness regarding the environment. Everywhere we are discussing about the environment, we are not taking care of the environment and pollution is going up. It is raising pollution, we have air pollution, water pollution, everything is going up. It is increasing in levels. In this context, not only India, in the world wide, everywhere seminars, conferences are going on this topic. In view of that, we are also glad that 6 months back we got the funding from the State Council Hyderabad. They are funded. We are very grateful to them. Along with that one, encouragement from our neighbor Mr. Sir, he is the CC in the meeting. It is encouragement only we are able to gather to this level. Regarding this seminar, it is a unique one because by unique one we are published nearly 27 papers in the leadership channel. It is a very difficult one getting the publication before the conducting seminar, but we are hopeful in completing the publications and reviewing and checking the plagiarism, the party, everything throughout the nation, along with the Rajasthan, Jaipur, Karnataka, particularly from Tamil Nadu, most of the papers are came from the Tamil Nadu. We have also brought the papers from the Jammu also, Jammu Kashmir also, some senior faculty along with their students have participated. Along with the papers, we have the resource persons from the Tamil Nadu also. We have the resource person tomorrow, we have the CMOs to faculty in the environmental related activities. There are some more publications. Swamy is working on reputed engineering college. Swamy, he has so many patents and publications. And in these programs, program, we gathered here. But we discussing the green energy resources. Because everywhere we are thinking about green energy, that is solar energy, we are concentrating more on uh, the alternative energy resources. When we saw that people in other places, in the government, they are focusing more on the solar energy. In middle of the June, we get the salary. So we can get the solar energy ample, country like India. So, alerting the people, battery based vehicles, solar, not only battery charging, solar, everything is very important because the coal and clear is consumed and it is not available. So, after 20 years, like this. So, here we focusing more on the how the batteries are solar energy, are these green alternatives, how they are working, how can we improve. From the experts from the Southern University, Caesar sir, he is a highly expert and the senior professor. He will be a keynote speaker for today's program. At the same time, our India sir, he is a research scientist and professor from the IXCB. He can give his expertise in this field. They can expect more from the result because the young generation, in our college, we have the not only English students, we have the PG students, MSc chemistry, MSc geology students are accepted. They can give, they will motivate by your talk. You have to give the highly information for the students who want to join the PhD. You are the motivation for the students, sir. Your speech is very valuable. And we have the one more speaker, Kishore sir. Kishore sir is a highly motivated and highly involved in the research activities. He has a more number of students, not only PhD and PDF also. So Kishore sir is a highly energetic and dedicated faculty from the IIT Hyderabad. He can see the young generation, how the young generation can be diverted towards research work. Because nowadays people are not thinking about moving towards the research. Research is the highest cadre. Even if you become IAS officer, IPS officer, after retirement, they want to, public want to jail after your retirement. But as a teacher or scientist, after completion, our contribution will continue forever. They will remember, our society will remember a scientist forever. They remember a professor forever. So our teaching and scientific community, their services not only in the job, after completion also they can give the useful inputs to the society. Even after completion of the retirement also some people, scientists in the other state, other countries, they are doing a noble laureate work. It is highly encourageable. So from our guest, chief guest Vijay sir, guest of honor Kishore sir, and keynote speakers here sir, they will give the ample whatever that required for our postgraduate students and undergraduate students to motivate towards the research work. This is very, very important one because students are not planning towards research. Always they are thinking of the some settlement, some job. They are not thinking. After post graduation also, people are not thinking. They done the teaching particular some one subject. Then they have to do the research. They are not focusing on that one. So to motivate the younger generation towards research work, it is a high first of the program. We have voted for the 19 faculty from other degree colleges. Today 10 faculty are attended. So we can also let the senior faculty members from the other degree colleges. So they will also interact with you. Not only the speakers, the invited speakers, our chief guests are keynote speaker, not only these people, our senior faculty members from other degree colleges also they will interact with you. They will give some inputs, valuable inputs. Because Diana madam, they did recently international seminar in the USA. They will give the highly useful inputs because they are the resource persons are from outside the India. they are highly qualified, highly motivated people. They and they made it a grand success. Similar to them, we have also other speakers. They are having the highly knowledge. Their respective areas. They will give the whatever that you want to motivate towards the research work. They have the bunch of the papers in their hand. They will directly motivate you and immediately after completion of PG, you will go to IIT Hyderabad, Kishore sir, he will guide you how to guide the PG. You can go to the Sunday university, CS sir can guide you how to join the PhD program. So it is a Facebook platform. All the students will be elected. Not only it's not a language of not a thing that it is other program, not compared with that one. Here we have to interact with our resource persons and motivate and towards the research work and make use of their expertise and their blessings and their contact. You can make use them to get into the better research institutes like IICTs and University IIT. These three are top institutes in the Telangana also. They are the ISO priority institutes for chemistry in Telangana. So I request all the participants, faculty, students, PG and UG, make use of them, their work, their knowledge, their publication, their guidance, their commitment. You have to focus on that one. You have to learn something from them. In the meanwhile, you can interact with them. You don't feel differently. You can go ahead and talk to them. They will give you some guidance. Particularly some students who are published on the academic course edition, you can interact with these experts in our chemistry. IIT Hyderabad, University IIC, they are the topmost institutes in Telangana. They are the model for their institutes. They are the ample subject, ample research work, ample publication, patents, everything is there with them. So we make use of their work and their expertise and make the program is graduate fun because not only conducting and their sessions conducting is not the right part. Interacting with the experts is very important one. For not only faculty, students also have the freedom to interact with our experts. So make use and be elected. We are going to note to you have to note down the details, the reasons for the mail and mail ID, the mobile number, and the detail and then you interact with them. So I am the PhD secondary student. I want to be in your integrated institution. What I do. So they will happily invite you, they will guide you. So make use of this is the platform to make use of the experts' knowledge. Younger generation is the motto of this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. for introducing the seminar. I now have the honor of inviting you, guest of honor of today's inaugural session, Dr. Dr.D.M.Swamy from Department of Chemistry, IIT Hyderabad, to address the gathering.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me. And dear students, I'm very happy to be here. And today there are three great speakers, or four great speakers. So please try to utilize this opportunity and try to learn some chemistry. And this will be a very good platform. I also came from the place where people are sitting today. So it's a very good opportunity. We don't know, after 5 or 10 years or 15 years who will become professor and do the chemistry. So okay, all the best for everyone. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words of encouragement. And now I invite our keynote speakers, Professor Sridhar from Hyderabad Central University, to just read the gathering.
I think many students
There was this saying, that if you want to be happy for one day, what do you want? What do you want to be happy for one day? So you will celebrate, go to movie or go to some thing, right? If you want to be happy for 1 week, what do you do? So go for a tour, Kerala or somewhere. So if you want to be happy for 1 year, you get married, right? So if you get married and then for husband will take care of you for 1 year after that will become an hour. But you want to be happy for throughout your life. What do you do? So you love what you are doing. So if you love doing chemistry, you love this that, just love that and then start doing what you want to study. You love whatever it is what you are doing. You love that, you will be able to be happy throughout your life. So you go through our school website, Hyderabad, one of the premier institute, not only in the state, is in the country. There are so many eminent professors and who have contributed a lot, particularly in different kinds of chemistry like this, organic, inorganic materials, and so on and so forth. Couple of students from Nalgonda came to our school and they completed PhD, and couple of them settled in other countries, and couple of them working in some of the industries in Hyderabad. So thank you for giving me some opportunity, sir, and all the best.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words. I now invite our chief guest of this function, Dr. Nara Puliya, sir, Chief Scientist and Professor, TSIR ISC Hyderabad, to say a few words about them.
Dignitaries and the dais of the dais, my dear students. It gives me immense pleasure to present here on the occasion of the National Conference, where the government body is conducting its books are presented here. My dear students, you should feel very proud. Your department of chemistry is conducting this conference. The invited eminent of this. If you look at me, I'm belongs today from Nalgonda district. I studied in the government state college. Today, I became chief scientist and professor of the great institution, CSI in the Ministry of Technology. The fundamentals started from the government college, where people are studying here, where people are sitting. My dear students who are sitting in the last bench, please represent the words. The excellent encouragements. You will never get such a the opportunity to attain such a purpose now. Because today, the eminent persons are present here to talk their own research areas. One is from IIT Hyderabad, another from the University of Hyderabad, and then from CSR and Structures Technical Technology, nothing but IIT Chemistry. So you must be very thankful to the University Department, the conducting such a wonderful life and materials. Then coming to this event, they have selected such the new school that I can put the national conference. But even though it's under chemistry. As the previous speaks that told about the importance of chemistry. If you study the chemistry one of the subjects, then we can reach. You look at us. Where now 30% in the labs. They study the chemistry. What's the importance of chemistry? Why
the chemistry? Why not to study the chemistry? As long as only is a chemistry life second. We're going to take the pharma sector, the pharma industry. They require the chemistry. Chemistry for science. What the to conduct the conferences. To encourage the chemistry students to embrace the chemistry. Where if you become scientists from this country, you will enjoy the engineering by the pharma sector. Where India is facing two problems. One is cancer and I would say tuberculosis. What Minister of Science and Technology is talking about, India should be from process. And two big nations are facing the tuberculosis. The lack of food.
జూమ్ లింక్ పెట్టేసా యూట్యూబ్ లింక్ వచ్చింది జూమ్ లింక్ పెట్టు
Cost. My insurance sound మన దేశం ఏం కావాలి ఏం రీసెర్చ్ కావాలి I'm going to give one example. Huge problem. Either one, picture one, daily wage this ఒక సంవత్సరం కూడా thousand people are dying within near process. Every minute, one person is dying with the process. So, our type of research కావాలి. ఎందుకు మంచి మంచి పంటలు ఉన్నవి కానీ వాళ్ళు కొనుక్కునే పరిస్థితులు అయిన తర్వాత మంచి ఒక సైంటిస్ట్ అయిన ఏం చేయగలగాలి ఎవరైతే ఒక మీద ఉంటారో వాళ్ళు కొనుక్కునే విధంగా అలాంటి మందులు అని నేను దేశానికి చేత కాంట్రిబ్యూషన్ ఆ విధంగా ఆలోచించి గొప్పవాళ్ళు కావాలని మనస్ఫూర్తిగా వాళ్ళందరూ దాని విషయంలో succeed in the future years and wishing the best after the today's conference.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words of wisdom and encouraging our students also to understand and deliberate about what they have to do in the future life. Thank you, sir. And now I invite the chairman of the inaugural session, Dr. D.M.Swamy, are in fact as well as the organizing secretary of this national seminar to share his thoughts on the theme of the seminar.
Good afternoon to all. Today's convener of the national seminar, Professor Dr.D.M.Swamy, Chief Minister of the National Seminar, Dr. Professor Nadar Pingar, Chief Scientist, IICT Hyderabad, and guest of honor, Dr. Kishore, Associate Professor, IIT Hyderabad, and keynote speaker, Professor C.S. Sridhar, Hyderabad Central University, School of Chemistry, and Controller of Examination, Dr. D.M.Swamy, Academic Coordinator, Dr. Nagaraj, and also Sri Joshna, Associate Professor of Zoology College, and my dear colleagues of chemistry department from our college and other colleges and other teaching faculties and non-teaching and also my dear students. ఈరోజు నేషనల్ సెమినార్ జరుపుతున్న సందర్భంగా మన కళాశాలకు చేసినటువంటి ఎమినెంట్ పర్సనాలిటీస్ నేను ఒక్కొక్కరి గురించి ఆ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ ఉన్నటువంటి రిలేషన్ గురించి చెప్తాను. నేను ఇక్కడ ఎత్తుకున్నా వాళ్ళు అక్కడ ఎత్తుకున్నారని. నేను 1994-96 లో పీజీ చదివేటప్పటికి నాగారం సార్ పిహెచ్డి అయిపోయి ఐఎస్సీలో జాయిన్ అయ్యారు సార్. అప్పుడు ఐఎస్సీలో పిహెచ్డి జాయిన్ కావాలంటే ఖచ్చితంగా సిఎస్ఐఆర్ జేఆర్ఎఫ్ ఉంటేనే అడ్మిషన్ దొరికారు. ఇప్పటికి కూడా ఐఎస్సీలో మనం డైరెక్ట్ ఎంటర్ కావడానికి లేదు. మన ఎన్ని కాలేజీకి వేరే బయట స్టూడెంట్ వచ్చినట్టు మనం ఐఎస్సీలో పోవడానికి లేదు. ఐఎస్సీలో ఎవరైనా సైంటిస్ట్ రిఫరెన్స్ ఉంటేనే మనం లోపలికి అడుగు పెట్టడానికి వీలు. నేను పిహెచ్డీ చేసేటప్పుడు ఎంబీఏలో పిహెచ్డీ చేసేటప్పుడు ఆ సైంటిస్ట్ ఎన్ఎంఆర్ తీయడానికి పోవడానికి కూడా ఒక సైంటిస్ట్ రిఫరెన్స్ తీసుకొని పోయారు. అంత పెద్ద ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ లో చీఫ్ సైంటిస్ట్ గా రిటైర్ అయినటువంటి దాదాపు 30 years ఐఏసీటీలో సైంటిస్ట్ గా పనిచేసి రిటైర్ అయినటువంటి ఎమినెంట్ పర్సనాలిటీస్ డాక్టర్ నాగరపు ఇండియా గారికి ఆ సార్ గురించి నాకు 93-94 తెలుసు. మా నాన్న చెప్పారు ఒక సైంటిస్ట్ ఉన్నాడు ఐఐసిటీలో కెమిస్ట్రీ కూడా అక్కడ కావాలా. అయితే పీజీ అయిపోయిన తర్వాత డైరెక్ట్ టీచింగ్ వచ్చి పిహెచ్డి మధ్యలో వదిలేసి తర్వాత హైదరాబాద్ సెంట్రల్ పీజీ అయిపోయిన తర్వాత సిఎస్ఐఆర్ రాలేదు. హైదరాబాద్ సెంట్రల్ యూనివర్సిటీకి ఎంట్రన్స్ ఎగ్జామ్ పెడతారు. పిహెచ్డికి ఎంట్రన్స్ ఎగ్జామ్ పెడతా. ఎంట్రన్స్ ఎగ్జామ్ రాశాను, క్వాలిఫై అయ్యాను. ఇంటర్వ్యూకి వెళ్ళాను 96 లో పీజీ అయిపోగా. ఇంటర్వ్యూ పోయిన తర్వాత ఇంటర్వ్యూలో ఫస్ట్ అడిగిన క్వశ్చన్ క్వాలిఫైడ్ జేఆర్ఎఫ్ సిఎస్ఆర్ జేఆర్ఎఫ్ నో సార్. ఆర్ క్వాలిఫైడ్ నెక్టర్ నో సార్. ఆర్ క్వాలిఫైడ్ లెక్చరర్షిప్ అంటాడు నో సార్. వీఆర్ నాట్ ఎలిజిబుల్ ఫర్ పిహెచ్డి అని సింపుల్ గా. ఇక వేరే ఏ క్వశ్చన్స్ అడగాలి? ఈ 3 క్వశ్చన్స్ అడిగిందా. అట్లాంటి సెంట్రల్ యూనివర్సిటీ యూనివర్సిటీ నుంచి మనకు ఎమినెంట్ ప్రొఫెసర్ మన దగ్గరికి వచ్చాడు. అట్లే ఐఐటి హైదరాబాద్ అంటే మనం మనకు అంతకుముందు నేను చదువుకునేటప్పటికి లేదు ఐఐటి హైదరాబాద్ లేదు. కానీ నా స్టూడెంట్స్ 2 ఐఐటి హైదరాబాద్ లో పిహెచ్డి చేశాం. అట్లాంటి పెద్ద యూనివర్సిటీ ఐఐటి హైదరాబాద్. ఇట్లాంటి యూనివర్సిటీ నుంచి వచ్చినటువంటి ఎమినెంట్ పర్సనాలిటీస్ వాళ్ళ టైం మొత్తం కేటాయించి, 1 day కేటాయించి, మన కోసం కేటాయించి మిమ్మల్ని మోటివేట్ చేయడానికి, మిమ్మల్ని ఇగ్నైట్ చేయడానికి, మీలో ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ని క్రియేట్ చేయడానికి ఇక్కడ దాకా వచ్చినందుకు ఎల్జీ కళాశాల తరఫున, కెమిస్ట్రీ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ తరఫున ప్రత్యేకమైన ధన్యవాదాలు సార్. అదేవిధంగా ఈ ప్రోగ్రామ్ యూజ్ చేసుకోండి. ఇంతకుముందు విజయ్ సార్ చెప్పినట్టు ట్యూబర్కులోసిస్, క్యాన్సర్, ఎయిడ్స్ ఇట్లాంటి వాటికి మెడిసిన్స్ ఉన్నా మనకి అందుబాటులో లేవు, సాధారణ జనజీవనానికి అందుబాటులో లేవు. కాబట్టి మన సైంటిస్టులు చేసేటువంటి పని ఏంటంటే తక్కువ రేట్లో, తక్కువ ధరలో మందులు అందుబాటులో తేవడానికి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నారు. అట్లాంటి పరిస్థితులలో మనకి డోస్ వచ్చిన తర్వాత 2017 డోస్ వచ్చిన తర్వాత కెమిస్ట్రీ అడ్మిషన్స్ తగ్గిపోయినాయి. కెమిస్ట్రీ అడ్మిట్ కావడమే తక్కువ, తర్వాత పాస్ అయి బయటకు పోయిన తర్వాత ల్యాబ్ సైడ్ పోవడం ఇంకా తక్కువ. రీసెర్చ్ సైడ్ ఇప్పుడు సిఎస్ఐఆర్ లేకపోయినా రీసెర్చ్ పిలుస్తున్నారు. పిహెచ్డి ఎదురు అయితే మన దగ్గర ఉన్నటువంటి ఈ అవకాశాన్ని వినియోగించుకొని మీరు కెమిస్ట్రీ అందరూ ఇక్కడ ఉన్న వాళ్ళందరూ స్టేజ్ వెంకర్ గారికి అదేవిధంగా ఈ ప్రోగ్రామ్ కండక్ట్ చేస్తున్నటువంటి ప్రొఫెసర్ అత్తర్ శ్రీనివాస్ గారికి ప్రత్యేకమైన కృతజ్ఞతలు తెలియజేస్తూ ముగిస్తాను.
Thank you very much, Ravi sir, for your kind words of wisdom. And let us conclude this inaugural session with a vote of thanks. I now invite Dr.D.M.Swamy. Let us continue with the inaugural session with the program of song lyrics. I request all the dignitaries from the dais to come. To participate in the readings of the Savages. Let us conclude the session and sometimes I now invite Dr. D.M.Swamy, Associate Professor of Chemistry, to conclude the vote of thanks.
Very good afternoon to all. Respected dignitaries of the dais, doctors, dear students, person from various reputed institutes of Telangana state are here to pour their knowledge in your brains. So I wish everyone to make use of this program. It's a national seminar. I'm very much happy to propose vote of thanks to another session. On behalf of organizing team, on behalf of NG College, Nalgonda, saying your gratitude to Dr. Nagar, Chief Scientist, Professor, CSIR, IIT Hyderabad,
We are very much thankful to you, sir, for coming over to surpass your knowledge, helping wind energy, clean environment in India. We are very thankful, sir, and it is my pleasure to propose with our thanks to the keynote speaker, Dr. D.M.Swamy, sir, from School of Chemistry, Hyderabad Central University. Really, we are very happy, sir, with your presence here. Much more knowledge your session, sir. Thank you very much, sir. And I'm also very happy to propose vote of thanks to the guest of honor, Dr. Kishore sir from the IIT Hyderabad. Thank you very much, sir, for coming over to friends are in minds of this college, sir, towards the national seminar on green energy resources, clean environment in India. I'm also happy to propose vote of thanks and inside so for today's program, we will not you sir. Thank you very much, sir. And I am also happy to express the way of thanks to the this program, the seminar, Professor Dr.D.M.Swamy, sir. Even it is a great task to conduct the national seminar, national seminar in our college, sir. So you are the backbone to this complete national seminar. And we are going to one more whether it's the front of Angika sir. Thank you very much. And happy to propose vote of thanks to the Council of Examination, Dr. D.M.Swamy sir, for your undercurrent support to get successful conduct of this national seminar. And I'm also very much happy to propose vote of thanks to our minister, and co-organizer of the Truly National Center, Green Energy Resources and Clean Environment in India. And I'm very much happy to propose vote of thanks to all the faculty members of this college and faculty members of various colleges who are present here. Thank you very much, sir, with your presence. Of this program are the chemistry students, both PG and UG students. Your presence is very much appreciable, but today and tomorrow also, Nana, everybody has to present for each and every session of these 2 days and make use of this knowledge delivered by the various community personalities of the Institute of Telangana. So finally, thank you very much to each and everyone who is and I'm very much happy to propose vote of thanks to our climate principal sir for giving the permission to conduct the Union National Seminar and for his great support to conduct this program. Therefore, I'm concluding with inauguration. Thank you very much. As session conclude అయింది ఒక టీ తాగేసి keynote speaker presentation start అయింది వెరీ యూస్ఫుల్ అనిపించింది కానీ రీసెంట్ పాయింట్ ఆఫ్ వ్యూగా ఉన్న వాళ్ళకి సీరియస్ సార్ వర్క్ అనేది హైలీ వాల్యుబుల్ మీరు అక్కడ మిస్ అయిపోయి ఇస్తారు ఇంకేసి ఒక 1 minute 2 minutes గ్యాప్ లో కూడా మనకు keynote speaker presentation స్టార్ట్ అయింది ఫ్యాకల్టీ అయినా స్టూడెంట్స్ అయినా అందరూ కానీ మీ ప్రెసెంట్ వన్ మోర్ థింగ్ ఈజ్ మనకు ఒక మన ఫ్యాకల్టీ నుంచి చెప్పుకోవాలి మనకి బుక్ తయారు చేసుకుంటే ఏంటంటే నైట్ రెడీ చేసుకుని అట్లా
the support asset targeting number. It is a highly valuable element. The department has just need to department support in many employment. SAR support అనేది ఎందుకంటే ఈ వర్క్ లోపల ఈ సెమినార్ కండక్ట్ creating is a appreciable environment is mentioned sir. Highly thankful to him. ఎందుకంటే మన పట్ల స్టాఫ్ మనం మన కాలేజీ జరిగే ప్రోగ్రామ్ మనందరం ఇన్వాల్వ్ కావాలని ప్రోగ్రామ్ సక్సెస్ చేయాలని అట్లా మోటివేషన్ ఉండడం అనేది టెక్నిక్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ మన పలానా డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ఈ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ కాదు కాలేజ్ విషయంకి అప్రిషియేట్ మనకు రేపు ప్రొసీడింగ్ కాపీ కూడా పబ్లిష్ అవుతుంది ఎందుకంటే ఆల్రెడీ 27 పేపర్స్ పబ్లిష్ అయ్యి 48 వచ్చినాయి the 48 papers tomorrow we are releasing the proceeding copy also already 27 published in 34 వరకు రివ్యూ అయిపోయినాయి 48 రిసీవ్ అయినాయి ఆఫ్టర్ సెమినార్ అవన్నీ రివ్యూ అయిపోతాయి అలాంగ్ పబ్లిష్డ్ అండ్ రివ్యూ పేపర్స్ సమ్ అదర్ పేపర్స్ ఆల్సో ఆర్ట్స్ కానీ ప్రొసీడింగ్ కాపీ కూడా ఉంటాయి అందరూ కూడా ఏంటంటే మన కెమిస్ట్రీ సంబంధించిన సబ్జెక్ట్ కాబట్టి అందరూ కూడా యాక్టివ్ ఇవ్వాలని ప్లాన్ చేయండి ఒక 2 మినిట్స్ లో ఒక క్లీన్ నోట్స్ ప్రెజెంటేషన్ స్టార్ట్ అవుతుంది One money commission. Independence, remember, speaker as a spoken, it's very short than this. So, I think, the many figures are the speaker, for many of this.
Good morning to the child session in the Good School of the day. And technically start with Alex, the dear students. A very good morning. Students, may I have your attention, please? You can have your biscuits and tie. Same time, you must also have your chemistry. Okay? Let me introduce our keynote speaker today. Parali Ramu student, sir. He is from University of Hyderabad. A few words about Ramu Sridhar, sir. Definitely, my dear students, it will be inspiring for his life, especially his education and his work and his talk also definitely. Please pay attention to the introduction. The first impression that any man or woman can make is by his looks. Looks not on the face, but on the profile. So if you see, Ramu Sridhar is PhD from IISc Bangalore. So IISc is the topmost science institute in India. So from there, he did his PhD, and then he went for postdoctoral studies at the University of Illinois, Chicago, and then Ohio State University, USA also, postdoc, and University of Hyderabad, joined as a student professor. Now currently, is then regarding his research work, especially our PG students, syllabus we have in our PG second year, that is synthesis, total synthesis, and the carbon uh, discovery and development of synthetic methodologies. This is our key research area. Then you will be surprised or you'll be happy for the awards that Sir has received. Global Research Medal from ISC and Young Associate of Indian Academy of Sciences. Another award is Young Scientist Medal of Indian National Science Academy, New Delhi. And one more award is HC Science Scientist Award from Association of Carbohydrate and Chemist and Technologists, ACCI. And another is University of Hyderabad. And latest CRSI appointment. With these awards, such a personality is with us, has spent his time to spend with the students of LG College and the faculty from various. I welcome Ramu Sridhar sir. To take the session. Thank you very much, sir. And,
Hello.
I believe that for students and students, so the minute I entered into this room, I just remembered my 2 years ago was not even like this. Was much more worse than whatever the stuff that we have. I also studied the Greek intermediate before my study. After that, I masters in then did it. I think okay. Oh, very good. Okay, the theme of this conference is basically the green energy sources and green environment. Okay. So my area of research is particularly the scientific and I use carbohydrates. That we literally take carbohydrates, right? Like glucose, there are those kind of molecules. We use further of kind of plant products and then those some other products. So let me ask you a question.
And the animal.
Okay. Can any of you answer the most abundant organic polymer on Earth? The most abundant organic polymer on Earth. The most abundant cellulose, which is the carbohydrate, right? Second most abundant organic polymer on Earth. The second most abundant organic polymer. First, organic polymer on Earth is carbohydrate. So even though cellulose is the abundant element, otherwise you want to buy like glucose. But till now there is no cost down for numbers of glucose. Cellulose talking is some of the rearrangement classes that we know. Can you tell some of the rearrangement that you see? Any of the rearrangement classes? Any rearrangement? So satisfactory or that no. Beckman arrangement, yes. Half and Beckman again. Okay. Every rearrangement does not modify. Kind of rearrangement is final rearrangement. You know, right? Right? It's of course known for a long time, but we put that in our present program to synthesize something. So I will put those things and start with this. So all of you know that those, right? So handling sugars is reasonably difficult. It starts with the concept and then if you convert that to bromide and then concentrate that one, which is called glucose. So glucose is basically an unsaturated sugar. Yeah. So this is glucose is the whole kind. Some of you must have heard about 2 grams glucose, 2 BG. which came very after the COVID. So there is one of the statements where you make it done scale. So apart from what you're doing is small or class, go to ISCT, they will have 3 liters to 100 liters reactor. And if you go to a company, they will have about 1 ton or 2 ton reactors where they can make one. So the unsaturated bond that you can see to be endosync, right? And the endosync double bond is attached to the oxygen so that this bond is basically more electron rich, right? More electron rich because it's attached to electron donate oxygen. So most of our work is basically on such type of molecules and then endo and exocytes where we use this for our the different kind of endocytes double bond where it is remembering there's a point of break. And this member and exocytes and endocytes. So if you do a glycoprotein reaction, glycoprotein is the smallest possible unsaturated, right? For forming test, protein is the smallest for the protein form. So we work on this glycoprotein sugar where we use that on this and then do further transformation. So can you tell that well-known cyclopropane reaction? The PG students, the best students. Well-known cyclopropane of a double bond. A name reaction. Cyclopropane, give a double bond and then you want to make it flexible. Like a system. What the name reaction that goes? Simon's with cyclopropane, right? Simon's reaction. You heard about it? Using diaphragm, diaphragm, right? So it's so the first one that is shown here is basically G chloride diaphragm. Double bond undergoes cyclopropane. On the other hand, one can also do the cyclopropane by using RP, dichlorobenzene, that is generated by gas of chloroform with sodium hydroxide. Okay. Also undergoes cyclopropane. It is that kind of system. On the other hand, one can also use iron by using sodium mustate and the cell diazole here to form the corresponding 1% esters. So you can see in all three reactions, you get majorly one compound. The OB is projecting up is towards you, so that this cyclopropane also towards you. Whereas in this case, it is away from you, right? And here it is anti-basically anti to the C3 open there. Okay. So these are the reactions that we generally use. So what I talk about Betic, so these are the two also research typically use something and then synthesize new molecules. So that it is used for some kind of purpose, like medicinal chemistry, right? Or making different kind of materials, making some kind of vaccines, and so on and so forth. Okay. So this is the glyphosate that I mentioned previously. So it is the bond that is, say for example, oxygen is on O glyphosate, it is a C glyphosate, sulfur glyphosate, and these are spirals compounds. So you know the spiral system where two rings are acid like this or spiral, and these are C spiral. So this term was defined by us in the chemistry. So what we have done. Okay. So that I showed you previously. This is what NBS endorphin, right? So using endorphin, electrolytes are different. Endorphin is electrolytes are different. It's an electrolyte system, okay? So meaning electron efficient is that, right? And then, so what here, the oxygen got two lone pairs. So it donates this oxygen to the lone pair base, and then this bond that attached to this carboxylate will be weakened so that this bond will get, and then this carbon will react in pairs forming this bromine. So you must remember about bromohydro, addition of water and bromine.
to a double bond on bromohydrogen, right? So this is a bromohydrogen, but not on the double bond and it's full bond. So the very simple system. So what we have done is to mix bromohydrogen, so just added potassium carbonate in it now. So in the lab, right? Potassium carbonate in it. So see the difference between this compound and this compound. A lot of difference between these two. The 6 member becomes 5 member, the dead things, whatever outcome becomes either, right? So this class has to see there are two thyroid centers generated here. One is the positive center that you can see here, and a linear stop. This is called flat stop. To confirm that what we have done is okay. So what we have done is we just reduce this lactose to because one alcohol so that we were able to assign a spirituality at least quantum distance. I think there are different kinds of NMR that we use two-dimensional NMR, of course, correlated spectroscopy and nuclear overall spectroscopy. Okay. So similarly, that was done here on a final party, but this compound upon reaction with potassium to carbonate with ethanol did not do the expected product. Instead, it gave a different product that is alpha transact compound. So this is called the so-called drop fragmentation. Here they are generally 1% or 2% will come in various reactions or classification reactions. So out of those, this is called drop fragmentation reaction, where we have electron donating and the leaving group are distanced by 3 carbons. So here it is the electron donating one, 2, 3 carbon distance. We have a bromide here. When we add plus carbon, what happens? Plus carbon after the hydrogen alcohol, these electrons will collect. This bond will break and then the bromine will go up into carbon alcohol. So previously when we use the 6 membered one, we got different compounds. When we use the 5 membered one, we got a compound. So that is what basically the research. The research is very, very simple. So what we do is we have the amount of enthusiasm to do something or apply something basically, irrespective whether it will work or not. That's mine. So there should be a reason why you are doing it. That's enough. The person has been asked a couple of times in the classes, yeah. So it's like a question where they use action of hydroxide here to prove a kind of problem. So this is a intermediate that is a mechanism that I also here where the load move like this and this one will move like this and then it will go. On the other hand, for the previous case, what we thought when we had power and ethanol, what we got was initially in the presence of a base, the columns undergo dehydrogenation, leading to formation of the alpha transaminated bond, right? And then this link gets open, the number link gets open, get O minus, and this undergoes an intramolecular Michael-Adamson reaction. So you want to know the Michael-Adamson reaction? So for Michael-Adamson, right? So Michael-Adamson is typical carbon is attaching to an alpha transact system, a 1,4 addition, right? So here it is instead of carbon, we are adding oxygen, right? So that is called Michael-Adamson reaction, and then hydroxide of phosphoric acid followed by formation of lactose. So this is what the mechanism that we propose for particular compound. So once you synthesize, you develop a methodology. What is the use of developing a methodology? The main use of developing new methods is particularly to synthesize the compounds that are available in nature, right? So in that case, whatever the methods that we use, whatever develop methodology, we apply that to synthesize one of the compounds called long. So if you take 100 kg of tomato, you'll be able to get 10 milligrams of is protein, isoprotein, and along with the very little amount of long. Okay, these are basically the everyday that we use tomato, right? So in that, take 100 kg and then extract with organic solvent, and then removal of several liters of alcohol. Then later it will go and then purify again and again and again. You will be able to get some of these compounds from that. So that requires lot of effort, lot of energy, lot of people, right? So that if you can synthesize the lab, that will be very beneficial to know the biology of activity of the small. So how many of you heard about sugar? Organic guys? Did you ever heard about sugar? We spent half handles, right? So half is the student of sugar. Develop this sugar half handle, right? So sugar does not price or total of handle product. This is the first one to synthesize vinyl, right? And between 2000 synthesize. So in the World War II, there are a lot of requirements for vinyl, so they were able to synthesize in the laboratory. So it's one of the famous advanced chemists. And Gulbaksh Singh, he is the first vice chancellor of Hyderabad who worked with the government, right? So they published this work, isolation of protein and isoprotein in Nature in 19. After that, there was no paper published synthesis of the plant. That you can see three papers with Gulbaksh Singh. One Journal of American Chemical Society 1949 and Journal of American Chemical Society 1950. So Gulbaksh Singh was faculty in Benares University, like one of the university like we have here. And then he became the first vice chancellor of University of Hyderabad and established School of Chemistry in University. So what is the synthetic plan for the plant? So this is the target. And then to the retrosynthesis, who find the retrosynthesis? Who got Nobel Prize for retrosynthetic analysis? So he came back. But this doesn't mean that this is formed from this. This is formed from this, right? Back, don't touch this. Who got Nobel Prize for that? The guideline chemist along with brothers, this DJ for it. Is still alive. Working in Harvard. DJ for it got Nobel Prize. So this is a retrosynthesis that what we have made from the corresponding monocyclophonated. So this is what I showed in the first slide, right? So from this, we want to synthesize molecule. So this was made the blue card so that the other hydroxyl take now start from the diacetyl blue card first in my first slide, and then we do hydroxylation reaction, right? The double bond undergoes hydroxylation, and then sodium oxide hydroxyl of ester to get a triol, and then plasma of the activated protection of this two armor parts in the form of actinide gets. And then sodium hydride mediated benzylation get electronic benzylic product, and then remove group get diol, and then tempo-mediated oxidation of primary alpha followed by 3-hydroxy oxidation into the. Okay, so that compound was hydroprotonated, and then the same reaction that used the previously endocytosis marker got the polybromide, and then upon reaction, of and then also related that one presenting the sample product, right? Okay, so from that we were able to make the point that has been long, and now I would like to move to the Python relation. Yeah, Python is a very complex green energy, right? Last and automatic reaction. There is no last, no way. Whatever you do is by heating. The most of the Python reaction work by heating, right? So then introduction to Python is this component arrangement. The mass of the starting material and the product of the same. So we are not doing anything in that. So this is the constant state of this one. And then Python arrangement in carbohydrate. See, so basically it's the arrangement of allyl vinyl. The allyl system, this is the vinyl system. To take this one goes to corresponding the carbon on top and then we get corresponding 1,4 dimethyl and then small. This is another example of iron bearing reaction. This corresponding to aldehydes and alcohol. So people generally don't ask direct questions in this area. This is another type of iron arrangement called Asian iron arrangement. If you study this, scheme of the reaction. So here we have alcohol, and then this is the right side of the acetate, and then here form the binary, and then other side and then between the body unsaturated amine. This is again to take the acetylation of this compound, that one acetate, and then separate the phenol, and then heat it to undergo this undergoes the body. Yes, so this is called iron binding. Simple iron to aldehyde, hemostat iron will do the amide, and iron iron will do the amine. Yes, sir. Which can be further hydrolyzed on carbon dioxide. So they have discovered this reaction long ago about what were they before. Here. So what we have done, we took as we are working on carbohydrates, nothing this system, this is the allyl system, and this is the binary system, right? And then just keep it slowly at around 180. But the binding point of slowly boiling 20, benzene boiling point. Benzene is around 90, slowly is 110. Okay, slowly boiling point is 110. So if somebody asks you, slowly boiling point 110, but you are eating at 180. How is it possible? How is it possible? If we increase the boiling point of cooling, not with this, adding into it. But the reaction would not add into this, the saturation there. It is a simple concept that pressure first. So we increase the temperature, what will not boil 100. So this reaction further refilled where there is a lot of pressure developed inside. So there is no way that whatever the boil vapors will go up. Because of the pressure, one can go to 180, 200 degrees Celsius, no problem. So it's a deep vessel with a glass vessel on which is called basically glass tube, where we take compound and then just slowly take 100 degrees. This other goes and we arrange the so-called silent reaction as I mentioned to the aldehyde. So if you see here, there are the compounds that are formed. One is alpha, this is called beta, but any compound that is formed, you have to purify, right? So what method you use for purification? Chromatography. You learn about chromatography? Yeah. So you take glass tube, pack some silica, and then load this compound, and then so chromatography was first discovered not by a chemist, was discovered by a botanical guy, right? Botanical guy taken from leaf and then so extracted and then passed through some kind of clay, particularly a filter paper. Okay. That is how the chromatography takes picture. When we did that color chromatography, by doing compound color chromatography, this compound completely most concentrated to the corresponding beta, whereas this was beta of that thing. I will take it to the people side. People are called the people extract that a double bond under the hydrogenation with polarity of leading to the formation of two methyl. And when we reduce that from the sodium bromide, right, we get the corresponding alcohol. So when it from 84 is to 15 becomes and this is still called after 2000 beta before 2000 alcohol developing get alcohol. This is what is the observed one that you are communicate to society. So that is what are communicate in the form of publication, communicate with the critical society of the world so that whoever are interested in that area will go to that. Okay. So likewise, the previous one is glucose, this is galactose, the same thing was observed, and then we were able to make a couple of T2-methylene and T2-methyl glycosides. So that is one type of poison reagent reaction. Okay. Another type of poison reagent reaction is basically taking this kind of allyl binary. So previously this O binary was here, right? Now, the O vinyl is made on the carbon one of this member, right? So when we take hydrogen of this compound, we get carbon brand at its position, right? These are called transcripts or glycans. Glycans are particularly 1 to 10 hydro sugar units. This is again another type of glycogen. So this, so once you have that kind of system, you can do the Bosonas. So you heard of the Bosonas, right? Bosonas reaction. So this is what you have done the Bosonas, you get the dialdehyde. This is a format that is very light. One could remove that and then it forms that one bicyclic system called fixed state or pure gram. On the other hand, the oxide is organized a bus gas and then two Bosonas and one break sequence for my gas. You are not black. These are basically the reactions that are studying your undergraduate or graduate. So we are just implementing that on some new minds. So that's how we are doing. So why we have to again, so such kind of this case is present in so many natural products that you can see here. So chlorine, nourishment, right? And leucoline, macrolamine, all systems, the natural products are isolated by some kind of chemists who are called basically natural product chemistry, basically where they isolate and then assign the physiology or the structure of the given molecule. Okay. So with that aim, we can synthesize this system that is useful for physics of that kind of molecule. So this is what I have mentioned previously. Alignment and upon like there is called the reduction of one with the alcohol, the analysis followed by treatment classification, you can also get this that kind of zero grams. So previously someone as Dr. D.M.Swamy was telling, how to make molecules for less price. That is one of the motto. So those are called the generic drugs, right? Generic things, whatever we make. The inventor will have in the fix some rate, for example, one tablet, 500 rupees. But people cannot afford that one, right? So you can bring that one to 100 rupees. Then some people can afford. You can bring to 10 rupees, many people can afford. So in that way, to bring the turnover, so turnover, I was in the history of this molecule or turnover is used for treatment of advanced HIV infection. Right? HIV infection is one of the very difficult one to treat. There is no permanent treatment for this one. If somebody gets HIV infection, one has to go through the whole their life. However, by taking this drug, so it was discovered in 2005, was approved by FDA in US. So you can see that this is just that here. So one could use our method to make this reagent so that the cost of this surface is hydrogen, right? So synthesizing hydrogen molecule is not that easy. Very, very difficult. Okay. So here you see Dernavir. Great thing that what a scientist will actually. Dernavir means the hands from or so the scientist name is Arun Ghosh, who are the scientists at Purdue currently working in this national research. So it's told in the math that and there's a dynamic another type of drug that is used for treatment of infection. So this is too much for that something. Okay. In India, and so this is the method that we use with the exact same compound, same structure of same subunit that is in the molecule. You see the exact use by using the glycan arrangement followed by cyclization and then inverse computer chemistry here via the okay. So same archetype that we have made, you stop. If you take a skinner's plate, what is skinner's plate? It's basically a gluic acid. But the catalyst that is used so that this undergoes cyclization on the type of brittle bicycle. Okay, so the mechanism, chemistry plate, active O, and then it is phenol here, and then this is the acid, then undergoes cyclization that gives the formation of the brittle bicycle. And again, this system is present in many natural products that you can see and utilize reaction inside this compound called sulfuric, isotopuric, neosulfuric, and ligand. So what is the importance of a molecule, particularly in Japan? Because when you get a stomachache, what you do generally, at home remedy, stomach pain, generally you want to take it's amount of now and so you can take curd or some buttermilk or sometimes people take with a gastric infection, right? With that permanent, if it is a permanent some infection is there, you want to ask some something like leaf, right? Leaf is typically right. So typically in Japan, there is a plant or Fiscal Japan, so they eat that plant and they get stomach upset. So some of the molecules are present in that plant, or these are the molecules that are present. So they don't know what exactly working for that, but one can make that molecule and then test whether it is something that is working for the product balance. Okay. So this is what the plant looks like this. Fiscal Japan, which is the extract of the plant is commonly used for the stomach disorders like indigestion, stomachache, and loss of appetite. So they definitely do well if they take evidence to take the tea of any plant. Green tea, you can take the high tea, you can take whatever the kind of tea that you want, the rose flower tea, right? Any tea you can get. So similarly, they take these leaves and then take in hot water and then take them for some of. So we use our methodology to synthesize the molecule called mercury, starting with diol, and then production of the overhead, TBS chloride, and then followed by production of the acetate with the alcohol, and then oxidation of this one to the carbonic ketone. What is the name of this reaction? From 9 to 10, using oxide chloride BF4. What is the name of the reaction? Students. What is this one? Sweat oxidation. Right? You heard about sweat oxidation? No? But we students, right? No? So this is the sweat oxidation, where an alcohol will bring the oxide chloride BF4, oxidation with the carbonic carbon. This primary alcohol is the carbonic aldehyde, this secondary alcohol is the carbonic ketone. This is so-called the sweat oxidation. Generally, it is done at very low temperature. Okay, so this again one of the material that we have like there we start material. This area we need to calculating the product plus of the stability of the product. So this one already in oxidation. What is the name of the second step? Using bromoethyl trichnine phosphorate and beta-lactam chemical. The second step where you use trichnine phosphorate to form a double bond. Did you have a PKK reaction? PKK qualification you heard? Yeah. It's the same PKK reaction you have done here using bromoethyl phosphorate. There is the anion and that gas, the carbon on the carbon. So we keep our double prime on the discovery of PKK qualification. So this is one PKK reaction. We will speak about another PKK reaction later. Today is so given the ratio 9 to 5.6, and then chloride reduction followed by acquisition, we got the quantity memory. Also, it's an active product. So again, structural information was got by the kind of NMR. This again, the kind of reaction where or some other molecules are the kind of used by the system. Again, using the similar kind of and then here there is a thing called dynamic transformation. That is basically one reaction also doesn't like we were saying you told the story of starlight and the rabbit, right? Rabbit goes fast, starlight goes slow. Similarly, in this one reaction is fast, the other one is slow, so that only one product is formed. So that is called the dynamic and symmetric transformation. That's what very simple thing that government and they and use the putting on previous record the government different is because of that side of the team of my modification where we get exactly the land product or isolated from the okay, so using the similar kinds of technology that we're putting at complete all types by similar kind of okay. And so we have talked about critic reaction and critic rearrangement. Okay, so you have a critic rearrangement. The same critic, you also discover critic rearrangement reaction. So previously the silent rearrangement is this is rearrangement. You take an aligned binary term, keep it with corresponding or keep containing part, right? So critic rearrangement reaction is a dialigned system. You have one align here, another align here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, right? Then add beta lithium, it deprotonates here, and then the undergoes rearrangement leading to the formation of this alpha. So that from the two position here, the anion directly on this carbon, and then this gets open, you get this. On the other hand, if this one reacts over here, and then this migrate, get this carbon. So there are two topics. This is called one to critic. This is called two critic pairing. Okay, we get some kind of new molecules. Using example, we apply this to different kind of different like that here is the reaction, and whenever you develop a reaction, you have to show that technology by applying it to different kind of molecules, right? So this is what we have done, and then applying also molecules. So here you see these are alpha stability that is projecting down, and in all these cases, this red color one is projecting down. On the other hand, so this is the figure studies which gave some information for about the structure of the molecule. So some of the compounds are found by single diagram studies, and if it is a beta, there is the red color one up. All these compounds they are having up spirituality. So the spirituality that is present here is reflected. That is good. So again, unknown, right? Because that so those are that position, and here they are three alive. Again, we take the action. There is different kind of molecules, and some of those first get like carbon back to sugar, and some of the easy transfer all first types. And as I mentioned previously, of synthesizing anything, the whole has to know how we have when it's not how it's inside. Somebody wants to use that, right? So that there will publish in different kinds of journals that are available for technical students. Okay, this is like last student of the name is Lucia. She has done very reactions and very different kind of molecules for synthesized, and this is the final one. Complete. So this is again, as I started this kind of thing, okay. So I also end up this type of thing where we use this system working having three ballast centers converted to cyclopropane with three carbon on all carbon. Okay, it's not very easy. But for three carbon, third, all of chiral and single action. Okay. So that's basically cutting here and then putting here via physical reaction, so control physical reaction. So the plan was convert this one to a cyclopropane. So how we did that? We have taken this compound, treated with beta lithium, so that we take out that hydrogen, and we expected cyclopropane, but we did not get that one. So failures are very common. In research, 90% failure, only 10% success. If the guy research scientist takes 10% success, is the luckiest step. Okay, so that he can complete his work and then finish it in 4 years. If it is 10% success. Okay, so with the value reaction, what we thought we can't get this got the demo product, provided why we got it, and then what we thought You see here, the antenna that is generated moves like this, as shown in the form of arrow, and then this double bond migrates, and this would be the forms this diene, and then this gets a recombinant. So what we have to do is we want to avoid this as a living. That's the idea. How to make this coagulate as a non-living zone. Just simply keep it as OH. So once you add a base, will be the form of O minus. O minus very poor living, doesn't live. So with that, it's very simple. Here, instead of working here, it is as OH. That like the extra amount of brittle lithium, we got this mixture containing cyclopropane and this one, and then after reduction, single enantiomer of cyclopropane or 1, 2, 3 trisulfide cyclopropane, that single enantiomer was actually okay. So these are the problems identified and the solutions that were found for practical. So again, we have shown the methodology to apply to different kind of active product, different kind of cyclopropane, with a different kind of solubility, with different kind of protection group, or PBDKS, or peptide, or peptide, and so on and so forth. Also, the quantity center in the cyclopropane, the again much more difficult. In fact, my type of group, or if you make all those reaction doesn't work. If seriously, here the stereochemistry is very important. If this one supposed to be alpha, means down, right? This is the red one, this is the jack one, so that it is going down. Whereas same reaction if you do up stereochemistry, the reaction. Okay, so there's again another thing to then here origin is up, the reaction doesn't work. So on the other hand, this is down, the reaction was very well. We did in a one part, critical element of the reduction from a to down scale as well. So to make molecules is down. So based on what is that, how much is that, and what is the whole segment, the mechanism for that. So R is seriously, it's different types of allyl groups, all these molecules are inside, so the general gas, like this, bidenite, naphthalene, acetylene, right, thiopane, so on and so forth. And then the methodology, the mechanism that will propose is particularly for first type of reaction, where the lone pair and the carbon high oxygen and this CO minus all supposed to be antibiotic penalty. So antibiotic penalty is very important in this carbon chemistry, right? So all about this antibiotic penalty. Because of that reason, in other cases, in the case of this, the reaction is not. So these are some of the reactions that were discovered from our laboratory for the first time. It's here, the weak reaction. This is again another weak reaction. It's basically all of you must have heard of carbonate reaction. Heard of carbonate? So this is basically reverse carbonate. Okay? And this is another and then from O parameters to the simple. There are some of the reactions. And I have almost equal number of girl students as well as guys. Okay, so you can see I have previous students, and then this is the current batch. So 4 girl students, 2 guys. Okay, so girls can do better. Okay, because they focus, they can do better. So these are the guys got awarded, awarded, and this is the current group. And then there are some funding agencies like funding from KNR, and then even the Hyderabad, DRN. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. If you have any questions, please ask.
This is integrated.
These are the electronics. These are the requirement. Dining supports electronics. Dining of five supports electronics. The ultimate law is electronics. So we have to do inverse feedback law. That's what it's going to know that. It's going to know that we have
questions from students? There are two things. One, that's why I took aside my. Okay, but here, so which one I after? But yes, so that's one of the departments of science and technology agenda. That mostly although the second the largest population of China, our food that weak them also as far as the population is concerned. But most of the chemicals come from China. So this you want to make the documentation. So countries want to work. The first thing is energy independence. How to generate our energy sources like solar or green energy. Second thing is chemicals independent. So we have to make raw materials. All the drugs, whatever manufacturing companies in Hyderabad or Vizag in Bangalore, raw materials is procured from China. Most we are at least 5 million ahead of us. As far as the raw materials are concerned. We make the molecules and then of course, we also send some of the here the agenda is there. So this to open the specific top. So that we do that and publish that agenda. So we must develop for so that's what because these double statements about changing or not all like there are these are third component of cancer.
Capture
So that's what is the
CSR. సరదైన నిధులు కాప్ చేస్తున్నాడు CSR
but they are amount and very little. Cannot do any bother. If we can synthesize the lab, then we can do the biology sometimes you may not get that things at all. So that plant or that spawn, they're not fine the seed. So what do you do? How to synthesize? So you can ask your teacher to make a quick University of Hyderabad. One day, we start from here the morning, maybe 2 or 4 will be University of Hyderabad. Similarly, I did ISP also know they want to train many of the explain so that we know what's going on. If for free exam, we take all arrangements for the take or come and class look at the advanced instruments. We have all instruments that are required to do that. NMR, mass, IR, UVD. So many things, there are so many advanced are there. If you want to see how the instrument looks like, there are operators, they will explain how they work. Then by evening, they start on that. Right. Okay. This time,
I would like to express our sincere gratitude to Dr. D.M.Swamy sir, the relevance and insightful and informative lectures we have truly honored for distinguished scholar come to you, computer is based. I also follow students of science and then the second one professor in the School of Chemistry, the University of Hyderabad. This biology club participated organic chemistry as a greatly enriched about knowledge and insight both faculty and the students. So my sincere appreciation to all the participants for their active presence and interact. So once again, my experience thanks to Dr. Dr.D.M.Swamy sir for sharing his valuable time and knowledge with us. So thank you all. So during the academics, academics, like IIC and you have the so we are students in research research institutes. So we lecture to the fundamental we are used to research and one. So thank you, sir.
Non-political to stay there at the session person. After that, we have the next day, followed by important two tasks are there. Usually, subject provided, all the chemistry previous students are we alert and use the valuable speeches. Thank you.
కవితమే నన్ను పంపిస్తుంది ఎట్లా పెట్టుకొని ఎట్లా చేస్తాం 2 నిమిషాలు ఆగే
మనకి రావాలి ఆ వీడియో గైడెన్స్ మీటింగ్ ఫస్ట్ సెట్ చేయాలి మీరు ఎవరు డిసైడ్ అవుతుంది సినిమా చూడగలరు
Good afternoon.
That's not from race. I invite Diana to join the session. Please come, sir. Madam, what of chair and introduce the speaker, the rest. Now, today's session, we can put person, Dr. D.M.Swamy. After Lydia and pharmacy scientist and here I is of chemical technology, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India, Hyderabad. And he is a professor from ACSIR, New Delhi, with 33 years of R&D research and development and 35 years of teaching. And he received the best scientist award from Science State Foundation and the best teacher researcher award from Association of Quality Education and Research. And he also received Lifetime Achievement Award in the year 2021-22 from AQER, Association for Quality Education and Research. And he is
Major area of research is design synthesis of bioactive molecules such as adjuvant, anti-inflammatory, antibacterial, anti-cancer, and anti-tuberculosis. And majorly involved in applied research for the process development of 15 technologies and received CSI Technology Award in 1996 and Director General of CSI Unity. He published, under his supervision, nearly 30 PhD students have completed their PhD, and he also guided for 50 MSc research and 55 informal degrees has been awarded under his guidance. He published nearly 120 research papers and patents in prestigious national and international journals with 250.378 impact factor and approximately 4,538 citations. He reviewed 127 PhD theses and conducted 180 PhD viva examination from various universities and institutions in India. For upliftment of science and technology in the country, he delivered nearly more than 60 invited lectures and speakers, and this session is also one of those which adds to the 60 to this one. As a visiting scientist, he has been to Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry, Yangon University, South Korea. He is a member of the Royal Society of Chemistry, London, and Telangana Academy of Sciences, and he is also chief advisor to Regnova, Regulatory Affairs and Product Innovative Services, Hyderabad. He is a former professor of practice in the Department of Chemistry at Harvard University, in which he is continuing there. And he is a former director for R&D and scientific advisor for our degree colleges, Hyderabad. Former chairman, government body, CMR College of Pharmacy. Former chairman for Science Society, CSI IC, Hyderabad. He is a member of Pollution Control Board, Government of Telangana State, and the Delegation Committee for Implementation of and Progress Review of Program. Member Board of Studies as subject expert to Krishna University, SK Krishna University, JNU University, Sabha College. Reviewer for National International Organic and Medicine Chemistry Journals. Subject expert for Department of Chemistry, Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry, Usman University, JNU Hyderabad, and JNU Anantapur, Andhra Pradesh, and consultant to a couple of chemical industries in Hyderabad. And he is a guide for me also. He made me to learn how to search CAS in IIT library while I was doing research. And thank you, sir. And on this platform, I sincerely thank for my course you are doing, sir. Thank you so much. Please carry on. Thank you for the nice introduction. I think after lunch, sitting here in the memory, I never ever accept the path of consultation for the professor. Thank you for the okay, that is here I'll explain details of our slides for you. I'm not going to go deep system against it. In general, the talk, which is useful to you. Now, so this is the outcome of my talk today. I talk about understand Indian competition and syntax. Then information and product is for the India. So being a science students, we should know. And the second one, this is the information about the factor of widely UGR of experience. Then the present states of the Indian cancer very wide explanation. Then followed by the importance of the university that is open source drug discovery. The concept and of the total paper of the process. Then the role of these states are as a tip generating level. The healthcare sector, the example should be then followed by my research findings towards the drug discovery. Then look at this one. I don't want to go for this formulation. Now, schedule explain here thing. Now look at
The Indian Common Vision 2046. What the Minister of Science and Technology of the day. And using the word the Dixit form. The Dixit form. So what 20% what is the under the year of page depends. There's a design. The name of the word from the Dixit form. By that time, it is able to segment milestone is the years 450 million farms dollars for the farm sector industry and the related position the global health the security system. This what makes it called stop. This is the reason we are talking. Now, as I told you, after independence, India has developed confidence that the science should go on. After independence, India has got confidence. See this one. In 1960, the first part, that is the MSA, which is used for the polar plants. In 1960, the first part was developed by after independence. The latter in 2014, the 20, that is the first thing, which will be used for the diabetic disease bacteria. In 2014, the drug was developed by the India of the independence. Then, in the 2019, that was developed by the that is the CMI. This is the first world anti-cancer Ayurvedic drug. The developed by the Indian Institute of Technology, such as the it's the first Ayurvedic anti-cancer, which included the first. So these are the 20 drugs. These are the public. Yeah. See, after independence, India has developed 21 drugs. That means 14 drugs out of 21 developed by the Mind Care Organization that we see. This is the problem of the India. After independence, 21 drugs developed, but 14 out of 20 government. Then, so these are the different drugs. One of the different complaints including the CSR. Then, in 2011, the solution got another milestone like advancing with the support of the Department of Science and Technology. The drug was developed and given to the federal patients. This is anti-malaria. In 2011, and the milestone in India. This is what I call this first Ayurvedic anti-cancer by Indian Institute of Clinical Biology. The people have developed this. See, this is first the world Ayurvedic cancer. So these are the specifications. The our Ayurvedic since so, Kudu's company was marketed by this product. This is the reason that we can Kudu's CFI is available in the market. Now, that one, CNS has taken the use rate. But then, how using the software, they found that there's a total for the dynamic as this is saying, the example of how you can implement the different company. The process from the bank, loaded into the cancer. And the milestone of this is obviously. The one part, the local sales are essentially very farm and with chips and paste. So what type of research is doing this sales side? What will be the potential? I'll explain what this problem. What we used to separate nations as science fair, but in that in 2014, this was a game. In this sense, technology was a fixed model. With this thing, India has collaborated to 24 nations. You know, 2026 of necessary state. Women in science. There is a basic law. The ministry is giving a lot of works to women's science. Women empowerment. So this is that. So what the equipment for business that makes home grade solutions for great societal challenges in the faster toward solutions. Practical like that. So in the continuation, India, same in the pain. COVID-19, CSIS has got the achievement for the COVID-19. That is this is, you know, ISP took the knowledge for the achievement. Who is an achievement? ISP has developed and given to the
ఇక్కడ వచ్చి మాట్లాడేప్పుడు స్పీకర్ కి దానికి ఉంటుంది వాయిస్ వాల్యూమ్ పెట్టొచ్చినావా
India's first indigenous COVID-19 vaccine in business. Truly, the whatever chemical availability our support. So these ISP banks are that bank are the support of the state. Could go to that extent. The poverty. Inexpensive and indigenous are clear. The atom cost and the environmentally efficient cost. When we are doing any reaction to the factory, so moreover, I'm the member of the police number one of this government to take care of it. So this is the milestone for this exam. Not on that one, also, and that this is COVID-19. Government will also a dollar to given to the city. It is very shocking. This is what was dollar given to city. COVID as our professor from that. Language watch. Another important part is all the stats students. At present, the issues of spread of the major two areas. One is the cancer, and the other is the tuberculosis. This is a very problem. Why are we insisting? Why innovations are required for the cancer in the tuberculosis? Why should we? That means we can say what health is talking about our Indian statistics regarding the cancer. Okay, this one. Say 10% relates to term cancer. One in 50 will die with the terminal disease. In the population, the world of cancer rate is the fourth. What organization has released a global report saying that they estimated 1.16 million new cancer patients. That means 7,400 cancer deaths are occurring. That means 2.26 million private patients. So, out of 1.3 million in the population, they are suffering with breast cancer, 1,62,500 cases, oral cancer, 1,20,000, cervical cancer, 97,000, lung cancer, 12,000, stomach cancer, reproductive cancer, 57,000. See, this is even very important documentation about confidence factor. Not only this one, but also if you look at Indian facts, our own facts itself. Couple of years back, what happened here? Only 3 lakhs deaths were occurring in year. Complex fact. But if you look at the various facts, it's also almost similar to the World Health Organization Similarly, here also, the present day, 2,900 deaths per day is occurring. 10,60,000 deaths per year. It is a long year. This is a research report. What? There are millions and the best of all the world. There are
Well,
unable to widen to the world. This is an example. Now, this one, there is possible technical as a CC.
that's it.
But once the register of science and technical serious program, India should be 0 of the providers. But what happens to that matter? Is the statistics estimated 3,70,000 is about more than 10 day, 2 deaths, 3 deaths. So the most the good people, 2 problems. But how to solve this problem? To solve this problem, the minister has introduced ways to go down, but if open source, that is probably. So the director also the crop scientist probably the CSL. So don't have to open source that is probably towards the part of this will be to system. The last like then do that to be then literally more than 4% kind of registered divisions from the 100 countries. 150 projects are the total practice for this program. To find out the problem, cheaper, then some labels able to buy that. Than you have to start. Because most of the good people are suffering with this problem. Maybe I think so. Then, but then so many of the second of the district, she announced that one on the March 24th of the world, they were doing this day. Smallpox, millions and more had vaccines. But there's no scientific vaccine for this. So, about this one, the government next topic is to provide one green certificate in every district for us. That's it. And humanity is going on. Going on. Thank you. As I said that next it is my contribution. I also want this support. So these are the technologies the government provided me and my group given to the not only power sector but also agriculture. Right to start off. This is a government harmful or not in the sections of the government affected. And the effect level only government is a అంటే ఒక ఫార్మర్ అందుకే కాకుండా రైతులకి ఉపయోగపడే విధంగా కూడా టెక్నాలజీ అండ్ టెక్నాలజీ సో దీస్ ఆర్ ది సో మెనీ టెక్నాలజీస్ we and my myself to give it to the government of our country purpose. We need recognition and receive the best technology in our lives or when we can work with since which was the left and the house. So not only one, in the recognition of the anti-cancer research of the sports, so in the recognition of this, the best scientist award for one of the national conference is the subject appreciated by my director, the action conference is my director, she called me, then appreciated, then considered from my idol. This one, so this one, and in the recognition of the another one. And then this to just to, absolutely just they are projected, they were selected, and given the right the rest is not to be awarded. So, in that what only I will explain what I want. This is an anti-cancer. This is an anti-cancer. See, the combination of that is look at this now. I implemented one eco-friendly that uses the blood test. In this case, you see, the bigger the market or diabetic, the greater the market. Where our professor has explained, there is a lot of so matter, the work on that market. So this is not all of the anti-cancer products. In this case, we use drug status. The very man was instead of the for the first conference. Microbiology has the modifications. He asked my name, He said, I don't think, and I don't think. This is I'll explain one thing. This is an anti-cancer drug we have. We are also going for the muscle of so this is one. But again, it is not so from the one side, the stuff. He isolated from almost he picked up the he isolated, he got structure, and he showed this activity, but he did not publish the product. So what is not what I thought of effect of the one part and you so many cancer cells in the body. What the power of the gut? See, this is an active towards the cancer, the different cells. This is an active towards the breast cancer, the different cells. This is an active towards the CNS cancer. This is an active towards the prostate cancer. This is an active towards the tuberculosis and leukemia. Then the leukemia, the followed by the CNS cancer and the colon cancer. This is a novel. The next scientist movement would able to use the publication is activity and structure. And then there was also synthesis. But I took a challenge. Then I synthesized this molecule. Where I synthesized, I show you. As a talking to, this is a right okay? When I get the seven, the background is a definition, I could go. Synthesize the best direction. When I declare the sequence background definition, the set, I could synthesize it by definition. So what way using the one part get because of absolutely that activity. One part can go so many anti cells. Even when you so we want that. So this is another one. And this any echo from use no effect that's it. But shows excellent and anti-cancer. The simple aspect of the different cultural substance. But look at some restrictions, we are the government sector, we are the CSR, minister has taken the permission of this. A lot of things are there. This is under threat to us. As you know that part. Even from years back, these scientists are simply no more from this significance. When manager has to be significance on the stuff. So I also agree so much that I say that you might very close. I studies have to be complete. That's what happens. When we send the develop vessel chemistry. What is the Denmark? But that internet taken what it's so different. Really, but we get it very bad. My skills are that I did such a good work, we got to name exam, but what's it's not how to live like that. Right. So this is for me, my students. What is the process from the North is company? Now, the country is beginning to be the part of the process, 16 crores. That injection, that rejection over. See, so far, 3 people are affected from the or the one is a disadvantage. But this man, fortunately working to the very the parts of the sector force from the one's injection. One injection. That is from the man. This is that injection. Gene therapy injection that is the work is almost across our thoughts. But like that, see that company is giving to the on this union population. That's only 16 crores on injection. Interested. But forget what is the stuff of the research. Again, process to 27. If you can reduce that task, that is very useful to the government society.
Then one more important slide for you people. When we go to the research, when you are not okay, when you reconnect, this is the policy. Coordinator policy. What happened in 1957? The breakfast that was given to the pregnant woman, the dog became non-sickness. Pregnant woman, non-sickness. And the other is for that. That is a major topic of condition. But the particular name, కొంతమంది పాలు లేకుండా అప్పుడు చేతులు లేకుండా చెవులు లేకుండా ఎందుకు ఇది జరుగుతుంది అని మనం ఏదైతే సప్లై చేశామో ఆ ప్రశ్నలు తీసుకొచ్చి దాని అంతా ఎగ్జామినేషన్ ఎగ్జామిన్ చేస్తే అది ఒక మిక్చర్ ప్లస్ మైనస్ టూ అదన్నమాట. సో దాన్ని ఏం చేశారు, ప్లస్ మైనస్ రెండు సపరేట్ చేసి అసలు ఏంటి కల్పిట్ ఏంటి తీసుకున్నప్పుడు ఇదేమో ఫస్ట్ వాళ్ళు 1957 ఇచ్చినటువంటి డివిజన్, బట్ దాని తర్వాత 1962 తీసుకొచ్చి సపరేట్ చేసింది. సపరేట్ చేసినప్పుడు ఒక ఐసం ఆ ఐసం దాని ఇది ఇది కల్పిస్తారు. దీని వల్ల పిల్లలు ఈ విధంగా ఉండదు. కాబట్టి ఎప్పుడు రిజల్ట్ తీసినప్పుడు experts of your family. The experts say is a good activity. That is the way. And some ideas students go to the computer. One more clear for the six explanation. That is one thing. Go to universities and institutions. Such a positive where English science has gone on like everything. Not this mega company, mega of sciences. Nothing is when they say software science. Recognize the voice. You know, you see what you say for that. And that is that. Nothing is in that. Trying away, being the fundamental, from society, you try to awareness. And hundreds of difficult about the difficult. Like awareness of society. It's a language of things. That was one of the things. So, students studying the ways of state this problem, so we could be in the form of vision, but what is that? That is the basic part. What is the part? What is the body part? We should be basic part. That is possible. We are able to contribute very much to that part. That's not the basic. So this is my research about it. My research group. This is my data institutions. Where I read my work. But I could do all the methodology and I can answer so many forms and given the big problems. And small is one of my institution. Thank you for your time.
After independence, India has developed principal ideas and they want to consider multi-national, multi-consider first, 21st consider I think anti-cancer
that has mentioned the reverse patents for anti-cancer and biotic and anti-infection. Role of CSR towards the drug discovery and the 24 indigenous technologies for support and on the element of regional landscape. India's scientific achievements. CSR drives against COVID-19 and ISB's role and about collaborating drug and interventions required from India towards cancer and tuberculosis. In the year of 2018, Indian cancer on World Cancer Day, February 14, WHO has released global report that has mentioned very clearly.
Same other sir, daily.
That has mentioned in his research findings towards that cancer and tuberculosis and also mentioned about the honor awards. So that is also said that is
Sir,
that is the cancer. And also mentioned about the monthly profit about the split reaction. And also mentioned the world's most expensive drug, a gene therapy drug, which has the value of 16 crores. Role of the biological activity by taking example of thalidomide drug and don't use the drugs manufactured by the organization. And the presentation first starting with the basic principles and gradually moving towards the advanced ideas which help the audience understand the subject easily. Talk was insightful, very structured and useful for academic learning. And we try to encourage the scientific thinking among students. I thank sir. About the presentation. Marks, I also thank convener sir and organizers and now the audience. Thank you and thank you so much. Thank you.
Would you please explain your kudos TM9 drug? You said that it is a anti-cancer, it has anti-cancer activity. Yes, but towards which cell line, like breast cancer or breast cancer, but you didn't give us the clue. Actually, which type of cells are actually treated by this Ayurvedic drug? Breast. Thanks, sir. And one more doubt. And when these drugs are interacting with the host molecule in our body cell, so how they are interacting with the DNA or like like cleavage or installation, how they are binding with the proteins or enzymes or how we find the activity. Whether they actually
I followed the question. In one of the not sentence for start also right? That's what we get. So put on the paper for the respect. You will know it. I mean, my idea of all that stuff. So before participating, so what happened? Then I mean, the master of the paper. So we keep it up. So along with the, I mean, and sometimes even at the seconds of planets. But now, what is going to be very actions? They're already practical. And certainly, what about it?
many trial drugs, either they will very much active towards inhibiting the enzyme activity, or some of them are very active in binding the DNA or cleaving it. So I would like to know whether it could be some focus on that, whether which type of activities actually taking part. So it is kind of enjoying it.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Take the session. Please, sir. I invite Narendra sir. IIT. I would like to. Please, sir. I request Yaman sir to introduce the speaker.
Okay. ಅದೇ ಹೇಳು.
Now, sir, and today's speaker, Narendra, sir. Narendra Gora, sir. Sir, I'm sorry.
What are the important?
No, no. Okay, let me introduce Kishore, sir. And- Dr. Kishore, sir, he is from Bangladesh. He has studied his MSc in Latvia University from 2005 to 7. He did MSc in CKL College, one of the prestigious colleges in KL area. Well, later, he did his PhD from Germany. From there, the rest of the research he will talk about in this talk. And later, now he is working as a professor in IIT Hyderabad. With this brief introduction,
invitation. And I would like to thank organizers for inviting me here. Actually, from Norway, I came, especially to, show my work or motivation for the students. I really, but frankly, I don't know why students are not interested in, research. Yeah, so very because you are the people tomorrow you have to try the country, particularly in the research. Because slowly you will be aging and you will be I'm sorry. Anyways, nevertheless, how many of you know the definition of tax? And how many types of tax we have? Correct. Only that you have said. But I'll explain a little bit beyond that. Okay? Like what is that? And you all know the taxes. Yeah. So homogeneous tax, you only know the definition, right? Like one phase and two phase, isn't it? So homogeneous tax is nothing but sugar in water. You take sugar, add water, it will dissolve, isn't it? So then what is heterogeneous tax? You all know Chinese tea? Google it, you'll find it. Chinese tea. So Chinese tea has two phases. What they do, how Chinese people drink tea? They add some, leaves, and on top of that, they add water. So the leaves and water is a two-phase reaction. So I think we cannot define the definition. Here, yeah. So we can, because heterogeneous atoms always they conduct the reactions at high temperature. For example, the best reactor is Haber-Bosch process. Yeah, you all know how to prepare ammonia. Yeah. And there are many. Okay? And all this, fluid chemical stacking, we get all these fuels from heterogeneous atoms. And also homogeneous atoms. A very nice perfect example is Wilkinson atoms. Yeah. So now we can see the reserve. So we don't call some, four different one is
to organic chemistry, yeah, and CO2 renewable civilization, millions of topics, and transfer ecosystem and iteration. And all these topics are more or less directly or indirectly connected to the catalyst. I will say homogeneous catalyst or heterogeneous catalyst. And there's another one called as biocatalyst. I will also tell you that, but it's very less used in the industry. So I'll also give you some industrial touch. First, you should know how this catalysis help in our daily life. We all know that without catalyst, we cannot survive every day. All the materials, what we see, or directly or indirectly made from catalyst at one stage. So they are very, very important. You want to hear my voice? So like I have written a lot of statements. Like this one.
That is live streaming, sir. Live streaming.
Okay, so like I don't want to read all this, like just grab your attention and all. Just to keep your $10 of transport university. Too much money is invested in the catalysts. Because it helps our daily life very smooth. So without catalysts, we cannot enjoy our life. You have a mobile, because in your mobile, the devices, the plastic, or the batteries, everywhere the catalyst is involved. And it's the petroleum. So no petroleum, we cannot survive, right? Again, thought demand and supply. So now again in 20 days or in 1 month, we may see the rise because if there is a scarcity in the petroleum, again, the same thing with the chemicals also, because the chemicals are originated from the fossil fuel stocks. Like, everyone takes it. And then all and everywhere we see the catalyst is very important. So catalyst, as I told you, it's very difficult to imagine our luxury life. And then, what instruments, the sugar, all the natural or not natural.
Side. Again, disturbance.
By using a catalyst. So, like, catalyst is very important. And how it works. Now, this is very important. That's why I asked the definition. So, imagine in olden days, we don't have catalyst, right? When chemistry was born, in the 18th century, there is no catalyst. You all know that. So we used to take a starting with heat at some elevated temperature and extract the products to fragment. Okay? But it's very difficult. You will not get what you want. You will get what you want, but you will also get some mixed products that we don't want in general. So here, what we do? Now, all this starting with the natural gas, coal, chili, and all this starting with they should convert into products. The help of catalyst. Now, if you don't have catalyst, what will happen? What's the definition of catalyst? It increases that. And it decreases the. It don't need much energy, right? Less energy. Same here. Energy versus reaction. Now, I don't have that, but struggling. See here. They're unable to climb the mountain. It means I did not have the catch. It gives more energy. So now if I have that, what happens? Okay, so slowly, the activation energy has been increased or decreased? Decreased. They are reactive. Because I give some energy. The catalyst is acting as a very good energy. And then, then they come out and the starting material happily converting starting materials into products. And not only that, they give very good selectivity. That's very important. Conversion. Because conversion, selectivity, chemoselectivity, these are very, very important in the chemistry as well as the industry. So that's the reason that almost 90% of the products are made from catalysts. And that helps provide solutions to global significant problems. And also, see, converts all the starting materials. One of the first rounds of lecture, one person asks, what do you do if we want this, if the petroleum feedstocks are over? Then what we have to do? We have to convert our natural resources into the bioproducts. Okay, because the literature or anyone, the people who are awareness in this chemistry, they are saying that after 50 years we don't have this petrol. Then what we have to do? We have to rely on the biological resources, right? So now this is the challenge. I don't want to take it board with this. I let you do what. How to create a new catalyst? How is that? So like you all know, homogeneous catalyst and heterogeneous catalyst. Now, if I switch this homogeneous and heterogeneous, we get a new type of catalyst. That's called single atom catalyst. So again, I do not have much to do that, but this is the practical representation. You can see how to prepare the catalyst because it's a vast subject. Okay? And I have to talk a lot about this. Okay? But I'll release this and I'll entertain some organic. And now, this is my first reaction when I came from Germany, PTR. So I conducted because I don't have many resources there. I work in an Indian Institute of Petroleum Development. So there, if I say organic chemistry, it's long at me because they don't know what's organic chemistry and it's very I mean, because the mandate of that institute is different from. So like, I found some resources like biomass and prepare a package. So it's very easy to prepare. And then we calculate it, and then we apply this reaction for nitrogen. My first case now, she's being postdoc in Germany. So we converted selectively nitrocarbons like this. So these are some optimal strategies. And then why we have to do it? Because onions are very crucial in our daily life. It helps for promoting, which is our, like daily life. So many helps in the pictures. And then we have done very nice, colors like output, for instance, we have very nice building blocks. And look at the people's like image, reducing functional group in the presence of another reactive function that is called a chemosine. You see here double bond, triple bond, amide, keto, all the functional groups have been reduced very nicely and give design enabling group to experiment. And then these are some late-stage molecules, late-stage molecules like complex molecules that I will explain. And then the cat is also able to. You can also recycle the cat because one of the unique advantage of it is that you can recycle it. And then, like I talked about the transfer equation. You all know leaving point of oxidation. No. So what's the hydrogen source there? We don't use molecular hydrogen, but we use isopropanol, right? Isopropanol serves as a hydrogen source. So there are two types here: direct transfer and indirect transfer. Again, the mechanism is very, very broad. Okay? Let us not go into deeper into the mechanism because this is not important. I want to teach you important reactions. So what we do? So now aromatic. I want to convert my 2D compounds into gas. By you can use molecular hydrogen, or you can also use the surrogates. The surrogates means it's a molecular hydrogen. You can use it. You can use its sources like molecular, like like ethanol, methanol, or isopropanol. All alcohols are very nice hydrogen sources. We can use any one of them. So like but this is very critical. Yeah, it's not easy. Looks easy on the paper, but when you do the reaction in the lab, it's very easy. You fix one problems, and there are very challenging, and there are big challenges here. People say teachers say initially to the calculation, but there are very opportunities. You can prepare 3D compounds, 3-dimensional compounds. And now why we have to prepare this? The question is like, because they look very small, right? Very small, but they have a huge impact in the practice. You want to prepare this, you get this. Without having this, you cannot prepare these molecules. You can stitch it, like you might tell how they stitch the compound, like a dress. Like drug discovery. The chemists also like what they do, they bring all building blocks and they make a big one. That's what the chemists they are saying here. But this is again important. Because this cannot prepare this. So they have to prepare it. And then you also increase the FSP. Yeah, this is called an escape from the black blanket. Means if you increase the FSP3 character in your drug compound, increase the biological activity. The clinical success ratio will be very high. And then these are like the they are very important. So now we know that they are very important and how to prepare. Now, these are the communications. There are so many people who want to have done this work, but there are a lot of drawbacks. They use rhodium method. Rhodium, then we have the rhodium method. It's very difficult, right? Rhodium, palladium, these are very difficult. They're very expensive. We cannot, forget about expensive. And there's a scarcity. After 50 years or 20 years, if you don't have rhodium, what do you? So it's better to find a new organic, right? So now, I know what is hydrogen because hydrogen is explosive, right? If something goes wrong, you will see a bomb, and you need a reactor. So you cannot do simply in your lab. You need a reactor. It's very expensive. Again, like always, there's a very good quote. Necessity is the mother of invention. You all know that. So like, whatever, you can automatically get an idea, okay? So what we thought, again, if you want to buy a reactor, it costs a lot. So we thought that why can't we use some new reagents? Ammonia borate I found. It's a very good reagent. You can see that one reagent is very nice. Like hydrogen source. That is 6.8% of hydrogen. And now we have that. Now what are the problems here? Okay? So the first one is well established. Second one is where the function to be present on this it's very less established. People never try that. And the third one is moderately established. And the fourth one is a trial. It's emerging, very like 1 or 2 papers on. And now what we have done is diagram is very abundant, the second most abundant method, and it's not toxic nature. And in my case, you have to put 100 molecules. There, it cannot be done with the rhodium metal or iridium metal. They have achieved with the titanium metal by using ammonia borate as the titanium metal. It's commercially available. You don't have to prepare anything in the lab. Buy from the vendor and heat in your lab. It's very easy. And then you see the tolerance is very high. So like here, you have done a very broad scope, 100 molecules, and all of them work well and do very deep. And even you have put the mechanism here, titanium integrate is like active species here. Now, you have all functions without using metal. Don't need metal. You just need 50 gas cylinder that more hundreds. You only 50 gas hundreds, and you can see very your point. And now, what you have done in the literature, this kind of example are beautiful because aldehyde is very prone to reduction. When like when you had a hydrogen source or hydrogen to aldehyde, immediately converts to alcohol. So keeping aldehyde like this and reducing aromatic ring is not an easy. It's very challenging. And this molecule is also quite expensive. From the 3.44 gram per injection, and you see the cost of how much? But 150 grams, 8,000. It goes to 1 lakh. So just for 100 milligrams, because there is a aldehyde. It's very difficult to prepare. But we have achieved this without adding any metal. You can also do this reaction in your lab by if you adapt this. And then acid, amide, nitrite, you have done all this to work well and do it nice. And then now I will give you some important, it's a very important reaction, deuterium nowadays. You all know deuterium? So it contains an extra nucleus, right? So you all know that we have in our human body is that deuterium? Yes? So in CDCl, we all know NMR spectroscopy. You all know, right? CDCl3, chloroform. I mean, deuterated chloroform. So where you get the peak in NMR. But in proton NMR, why we see protons? Because the CDCl is the solvent, right? It contains traces of proton. So that's why we see. In our human body also, we have traces of, I exactly can't remember the number, but in our human body, we have traces of deuterium. And why we have to do deuterium?
So the problem with the customer.
One example. For example, I am the patient. If I am taking a drug for 3 times a day, and if the same drug is prepared by deuterium, I can take either 1 time or 2 times. You got my point? So that's the with this you can understand the importance of this. So far there are only 2 or 3 drugs issued by FDA, and there are so many drugs which are under clinical trials. Because the CD bond is very stable, and moreover, on top of that, apart from drug discovery, they are highly useful in OLED form. For example, in future, if you buy a LED TV, now you will not see LED, you will see OLED. Because this increases the 30% brightness. And if you put your mobile in sunlight, it will not get damaged. Instead, the durability is very high. Now, there is a lot of research. That's the reason now in Korea, Japan, this research is very, if you have a protocol for the filtration of compounds, you get a lot of money. But because the 2 drugs now go like, oh, prepare them. And that's the thing you see. Now, all the drugs started making see here. Company, so it's also a value, it's coming to outfit. So they are the one who filed more number of patents. And now how to prepare? Actually, what is the just you have to do? Exchange hydrogen with deuterium, but it's not easy. Can you easy? Is it possible to prepare benzene disease? No, it's very complicated. But if you prepare benzene disease, you can start your own company. Seriously, there are people who try to give you, you don't need money also. If you have a procedure, people come and invest money on your life. I'm seriously telling you that. Can you give that? But it's not easy. Not easy. Very easy. And there are some methods. But now there are a lot of people who say, I should be considered because we can take job. So there are also a lot of plans. They must have clear paper. And now, see here, you have done all of that. So the first one, And then we added T4 and one we outside and other one is the top side. The platform we want for I said, we have all and it's not a tiles. In the inflation or in the vendors, the companies, and you have to be telling this and the different parts of the accounts that we put in and this is something but the mechanism for unfolding effect. You all know unfolding effect or loop reaction. So it follows the mechanism is the same. Can make a photo inside the mechanism. And like stables also and then you have we have seen aldehydes, but we have not seen. So we have seen aldehydes and N-form aldehydes, but not in-vitro form aldehydes. This is again very new. And we were very smart here. They are bromodiazed stage. And I'm teaching. So I'm showing the mechanism. Right? It's very nice. That it's nicely incorporated with the format position. It's nice to incorporate. And it goes with the trust. And how the reaction works? This generates carbon the process of APR and generates electrocarbon. And it's reaction to phenolic. And this is like if the unstable, then one will be kicked out and the we make this product. We all have the mechanism evidences. So the whole slide I did not update it, but we have all the HRMS or 19FNM or evidences for this kind of. And now just like we always feel that today we are in safe, but always you should take some risk, right? So like this is a very good example of efficient time. When you're comfortable, but it's always you should also try some new things. Okay, so it's a good example. And then fluorine chemistry, you all know the fluorine is very, very important, in today's life. Most of the drugs contains, fluorine content. It has a good history. So starting at 4. And there are 3 Nobel Prizes in this chemistry. Why? Because, fluorine is very important in medicine. And, these are some general things like is it. And these are the drugs, where every drug contains that fluorine compound. And there is huge, importance. Most of the pharma companies in India, unfortunately, they are lacking drug discovery. Because drug discovery is not money. We always rely on generic drugs. Drug discovery is very poor in country because we have only 2% or even 1%. Because drug discovery means new molecules. No, it's like effect trial because that's the reason, the companies like Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, they are, leading this drug. But in India, we should push the boundaries. Should do a lot of drug discovery. Then only we can generate more medicines. Generic is already something nice, already existing medicines we have 5 days. That's different. But this compound for all of it is drug discovery. And then we have started some methodologies. And even we have to scale up in the laboratory of 25 grams in a lot of new methodologies that we can what are issues, what important problem we how we can. Now you see this problem. If you create reaction, you get both type of product. Get both. But I want only get how it is possible. There are only 2 reports so far. One reported 48%, one reported 1%. Neither, they are getting neither N or neither both. This is called chemoselectivity. What is the chemoselectivity? Yeah, this is a very good example. And now, the bioactive compound. The bioactive my son is always talking about this hydroxylase because this kind of molecules drugs. So if you incorporate fluorine, it increases the metabolic stability, semi-permeability, and your biological properties will enhance. That's the reason we incorporate the fluorine. And now we have done this strong and what happened after some time, the father might have something for might look into it. It's one of the $1 billion drug company. They always sell the building blocks to the all the drugs because they don't feel like it. But all these companies, they outsource, they buy the top other person. For Dynamite is the one who has billions of billions, not billions, I'm saying billions. Mother is one of the renowned person in the fluid chemistry. So we together, like collaboration. He wants compound. Very my results in chemistry, he contacted me and he said that we want to, make it scale up. Then I was very happy. Then, we did together and he made it up to 61%. Then we got 3 grams. Now he's selling this compound here. How much? For 1 gram. 1 gram? $884. So it may be $3 is how much? 95 or less. Close to 80 lakhs, right? That's something. Even more, yeah. So that's the reason that you can think why he's using this compound. Why is he using this compound? Because bromine is there. He wants to. These are evaporation. So a lot of applications you get. So that's the magic of it. I think that's I made up this law. So one novel that I said the more fruitful days so that you start. Okay, it means if you want to invent, I think you all know drug is for it. To invent a new drug, it may need 10 or 15 years. I think sir already explained. Because are already gave very nice introduction drug story, and also the officer also gave very nice explanation on bioactive compounds. Now to prepare a drug, we need how many years? 15 years. So there is a lot of business in that, of course. There's a lot of emotions and business in the drug story. But the thing is that you want to get a drug from the drug. Yes, it's possible. But yeah, we should not disturb, we should only change one parameter, we should only change one function within the drug. So then it is possible. So then what we have done, it should write our integration. This is not important. Yes, was this I give this summary. So now what we have incorporated this directly that all this but very important because there is one correlation and united. It's exactly about. So there are lots of stuff. And other time we have done incorporated it direct but past. It's very rare, right? You all never see this. We see only pH bond, but we never see pH trifluoride. It's very huge. And even sulfates, because of that, suffix chemistry. So we also with the sulfates. And even we have done this partially ester. The partially ester is possible to do very then how we go? So how you all know how ethers are prepared? You always need one alcohol source and one aryl source. Isn't it? You need 2 components, right? So there is book-wall reaction. Like book-wall reaction, reaction, and reaction, all this. So what we have done is very recently, we made these ethers from fluorocarbons using water as an oxygen source. Okay? Because water has a very nice oxygen atom, right? So we can use that. And we have listed all this, like ethers. Even we have done both symmetrical ethers and unsymmetrical ethers. I'm not showing due to lack of time, I'm not showing the symmetrical ethers. But you can see this. Now you don't need any phenol. Generally you need phenol. Now you only need one component, fluorocarbon. And what is coming from? Sorry, oxygen is coming from water. And we have done, plastic compounds, and also you see here, this is a very nice example, chlorophyll versus chlorophyll. This compound will add, probably acid and specifically, but here, it is, you can also make this kind of, this kind of compounds are mixed as we can say. And then the CO2 is again perfectly fixed to that one. So we also work on CO2 dependent compounds. One of my PhD students and then draw more plastics. Yeah, so now don't go plastic and we can do plastic for 60 times and add ammonia for it to get this problem. Okay? So very simple. Just you don't need any much like, expensive chemistry. And then this was demonstrated by our biggest, like, I supervised for Bharat, all the hardware and aspects taking example here, like BTech students who are gift joiners, so they want 1 year project. So we did this with Bangladesh. And then, I went up with this slide from that. So you all know liquid. How many of you know liquid biomass? Very frequently used for, right? Okay. So now, like to depletion of this, fossil fuels. Now people are looking for alternative, like chemicals in the uptake from biomass. Now you can see a fresh from the liquid. And there's a lot of business like this, but it's very difficult to take the box. You cannot selectively break it. And from this compound, you will be after value. So this is a value group. So value can be different from millions, but you have to create value from algae materials. When we take 1 gram of liquid, we got 93% of value. Of course, it's not very big, but at least we got something from waste. So value is a food ingredient and it has a very good market. And then we also put the zero. And this is my I will always thank you to my students because they are the one who really spend a lot of time in the lab. So I'm just only advisor to them, and I'm really grateful to my students. And for that, all of you are doing the postdocs now. So thank you all again for your kind attention, and thanks to everyone, sir and also faculty of this chemistry department. Thanks to everyone who invited me for this event, and thank you all.
Associate Professor, Department of Chemistry, IIT. Sir, explain emerging catalytic strategies for advanced chemical and pharmaceutical synthesis. Mainly, sir started with the types of catalysis, that is heterogeneous catalysis and homogeneous catalysis. Sir also told us through ammonia preparation and reaction how it is going to occur with the catalyst and without the catalyst. And sir also explained about the creation of nanocatalysts and synthetic procedures of different catalytic reactions like transfer of hydrogenation, direct transfer and indirect transfer, and using rhodium catalyst and titanium catalyst and ammonia chlorine catalyst and chemoselective transfer of catalyst. And also talk about the museum application for the research development. And sir also talk about the chemoselective reductive filtration. And sir briefly explained about the fluorine chemistry and the deamines in the fluorine chemistry development. And sir also given one quotation that's from drugs. Thank you so much, sir, for elaborating explanation regarding the catalyst. Thank you, and thank you so much.
Then I ask. Sir, actually, you have in ether synthesis, you have used the fluorine compound, and yes, did you try with iodide?
I mean, like, maybe with water.
So iodine derivatives with water. And one more thing, and did you ever use the high symmetry borings, where they are also good donors of hydrogen, good resources?
That is already known. Yes, you are right.
Oh.
But I didn't try those boranes as the evidence.
Oh.
So I'm more interested in ammonia borate because it shows very nice. It worked well.
Thank you.
This questions in the short sir. A small message to speaker and session chairman answer. A smart message. And
Yeah. One and all. So after between the presentations, I think the medical students reacted in the research directions. So the thing from last one, seminar is concluded. On the government college, from the Department of Microbiology, they thank Professor Legal sir. They also we thank Ramakrishna sir. They also we thank Kishore Mehta sir for your wonderful presentations and for your valuable guidance and enlightening our students, faculty, and all the staff members. We thank you for the part. We thank you one another. With this, the first seminar conclude. Thank you. Thank you.